Welcome in, everybody. My name is Sun, your local variety streamer, artist, Gumiel Foxboy, who forgot to tweet out that he was live. So let me do that just really quick. I have the tweet ready. I always have the tweet ready. It's just a matter of the fact of I remember to hit send, because it's never on the main screen, you know. But hello, everyone. Spook, thank you so much for the first of the day, and thank you everyone else for your first. Blah, Meta, thank you so much for your firsts. How are you guys? Ooh, actually, let me bring my mic a bit closer. Today's a reading day. Let me make my adjustments. Ooh, there we go. Hello, everybody. Ooh, my bit rank is tanking. I don't know why. It's always in the red these days. Just the bad weather. Oh well. Can't do anything about that. But I hope you guys are doing good. Today we are wrapping up the Ace Attorney Trilogy, more or less. The original Ace Attorney Trilogy. I'm not counting that one extra chapter they added into the end of the first game, which I will be doing at some later time. I don't know when. But we'll do it eventually. Let's see. Any other matter of business? Ooh. My tummy kind of hurts today. I'm not gonna lie. So if I do take it easy with the voices today, it shouldn't be too bad. I don't think we're gonna have any crazy voices. We shouldn't have any other crazy voices that I have to do. It should be the usual cast of characters that we've had. Yeah, we'll be fine, probably. Yes. As usual, we'll be taking a break at a halfway point. I forgot to keep track of when that halfway point is, so actually let me take a second to figure out where that is gonna be. Because, oh boy, that's kind of important. If we were about here, right? Probably want to take a break. Here? Yeah? I am using a guide. I hope this is like very transparent, that I'm not doing this entirely off the top of my head. Sometimes I am, but I do use a guide to make sure I'm not missing any key points. Okay. Probably about here? Alright, okay. And then the rest is just a straight shot to the end. Alright, we got this. Anyway, last time, let me try to remember a way so that when people come in, I can quickly describe to them what happened, because we are in the second half of this final case. Oh boy, there's a lot happened. So, Maya was reserved a like a seat, a spot. Maya went to this mountain temple in order to increase her spiritual powers. But on the night that she went to this isolated part of the mountainside, there was a murder and the bridge burned down. And so Maya has been gone for like 2 days while this murder investigation has been going on. Or maybe it's just been 1 day. The time's a bit blurry. Sometimes I don't pay too much attention to that. But when we finally got to the other side, Maya wasn't there. She wasn't on the isolated cliff. Also, Phoenix fell off of the bridge down, let's see, 40 yards would be about 120 feet. 120-foot drop into an icy cold river and caught a cold. So he played as Edgeworth for a little bit, playing as a defense attorney with Francisca rivaling across from us. And we established some new facts. We went back to the investigation scene with Phoenix delirious with a fever. He probably still has the fever, to be honest, going into this trial. We're gonna be heading straight into the courthouse. And a lot of evidence seems to imply that maybe Maya did the thing. Ooh. But also, Pearl, our sweet little girl, was instructed by her mother, who's currently in jail, to do some bad things and channel the spirit of Phoenix's ex-girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne, who has it out for some reason, out for the main family of the Fae clan. But Pearl couldn't channel her. And also, Dahlia has a twin sister named Iris, who is currently trying to help us, but she is the defendant in this case. So we're trying to make sure that she doesn't get arrested for murder that maybe her twin sister did? Or Maya? We're gonna find out. There's a lot happening, but we can get right into it now. Turn on all this stuff. We hit continue. Bridge to the turnabout. Part 4, trial. Part 4-1. Alright. Right here. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Let's load. We go right into the trial. Right into the trial. We ended last time with Pearl's mother. Oh, that's right. The murder victim in this case was Elise Dunim, who is a children's picture book author. But it turns out, and we haven't told anyone else this, we just found this out, that Elise Dunim is actually Maya Faye's mother in disguise, because she was trying to prevent some sort of tragedy from happening to the main family line, who is Maya. She's currently the head in training, from being sabotaged by the Branch family, who would technically be Pearl. And Pearl's mother has like 3 daughters. Ooh, wow. I just thought about that. I didn't consider that before. Alright. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Also, Maya is stuck. Maya, we don't know yet, we have to check, but Maya might be stuck in a cave on the isolated mountain in the middle of winter. And there's also like 5 padlocks with puzzle combinations on the entrance of that cave. And she's also, like, it's been at least 2 days without food. She had like a big pot roast and that was it. If she is in that cave. We don't know. If she's not in the cave, then she could be a potential murder suspect.
Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris... Ooh, my alarm just went off. Stop. I already went live. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. Son? While I work? Hi, Ty. I always start early for trial Thursdays or any of my Ace Attorney days, because I'm gonna go till late tonight. I probably won't finish with this till like maybe 10. No. Oh, maybe 10. What? I hope you have a fun time at work, Ty. Edgeworth, what's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? He doesn't even have a last name. That is just his name. I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. I feel like he should have at least made up a last name too, you know? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
A sacred cavern? You don't mean she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. For the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Hello? So we're already over a fever then? Okay. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
He called us partner. Wow.
Thanks. Call him partner back, Phoenix. It's etiquette. He called you partner. You have to say thanks, partner. That's cowboy etiquette right there. That's what we're calling it these days. That's my partner. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Elise Dunim. No, I mean Misty Faye. Trial time! Hi, Zuchi! Zuchi! Edgeworth just called us partner! He just goes, I leave this in your capable hands, partner. And we didn't say partner back! The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Oh my god, I'm so capable. Ooh, we're starting at 10 a.m. sharp. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. So this case started with a different judge, a different defense, who really wasn't a defendant, or a defense attorney, and a different prosecutor. And so now we're starting with our judge, Phoenix and Godot, because yesterday it was the Canadian judge, Franziska, and Edgeworth. I can't believe I missed that scene. BRB looking up 20 Miles Phoenix fics to copes. I really don't read Miles Phoenix fics. I don't know, something about them, like I don't feel the need to have to read fics about them. The canon is enough for me. Your Honor? What are you... Ooh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh, someone passed his cold on to the judge's little brother. That's right, they're brothers. That just would be a more accurate statement to my part, to be honest. Ooh, Ooh, I do like seeing art of them. I do like seeing art of the two of them. Website recently has like a dozen uploaded out of the blue. I mean, if you want to link me that site, I mean, like, odd year for this, but I won't complain. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes on a certain site, and I'm like, odd that this is just coming up now, but I guess someone just picked up on this, you know? Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Coffee. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. Understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. I feel like that implies there's, like, grounds in his mug. Like, he doesn't filter his coffee, he just pours the thing straight in. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit, I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
Is that Gal Gadot? What, the actress? Is that her name, right? What? Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Yeah. Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be that, in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession that they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. I love that they have, like, the update sound for that regardless. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? If Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely in the creek up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, each, right? She's naming... Maya? She's claiming to be an accomplice to Maya as the murderer. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous. Maya can never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting up until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going this direction. Uh-oh.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did go was... that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Went
to the inner temple last night and I saw it all happen in the garden.
I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. The details of this case escape me. It's been so long. We're gonna get to a certain point where, like, one or two twists will be revealed, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, I forgot this happened. Because there's so many very iconic points of this story that, like, I know I'm probably gonna have trouble getting to those points just from memory. But, like, I have some key points where I'm like, I remember that this happened. Clearly. It's just a matter of when we get to it.
Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a final strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon.
Rebecca, so the details of the actual crime, but how the case goes is still baffling me, yeah. And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around. Then, she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something...
Maya Fey's name would have been written in the autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Once I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this.
I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Alright. There's something else. Something... This one. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. So, the other day, on part 1 of this, we did an investigation of the crime scene as Phoenix, and we found Mystic Elise, or Misty Faye's staff. But there's a little detail of it that seems a bit odd in this statement. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was...
Oh, thank you so much for the updated autopsy report. This is very important. So thank you so much, Bees.
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? Elise and him tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. No! Oh. I'm sorry, Goodo, you filled an entire cup, like a mug full of Worcestershire sauce, and then took a sip of it? A big swig? Was it hot? Hot Worcestershire sauce. That's gonna go on like a Ace Attorney themed like sub goal or something. Someone write that down. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah, I have a problem with it. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. Dominique, thank you so much for the come by to chill. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to state that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
I asked your foul.
Okay, now, let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
That's really odd that she threw the staff away to pull out a whole separate weapon, because, we know that her staff had a hidden blade inside. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Uh-huh.
Miss Dinham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
That
was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never could have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? The long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, it's not wrong. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's not a problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence back to its argument. I had to stop trying to say, why did he drink Worcestershire sauce? He thought it was coffee. And I'll hydrate, not with Worcestershire sauce. Thank you. Oh, did I read that last one? Something evidence.
Mr. Wright.
I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Janim would never have attempted to take the life of Maya Fey. Not in this scenario, no. Because like I said before, we know that Elise Janim, I think this is the right thing to do. Elise Janim is Misty Fey, Maya's mother. Show the badge. No, our lawyer health. But thanks for showing me your badge. Elise Janim would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How could you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Janim. You know, an alias pseudonym. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey?
No, not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright, was Elise Janim actually the great Mystic Misty?
Mystic Misty is so hard to say in a sentence. There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris has no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution could offer some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight. And 2. That the people battling with each other were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Did you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my eighth cup of morning coffee. 8th cup of morning coffee. We don't know how many cups of coffee he has in the morning. But during a court case, he has 17 cups. So at minimum, that's 25 a day. The fact that he said 8th and not like final cup of morning coffee does imply probably more. Maybe like 30? You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves investigating sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that a dagger? Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? He for sure drinks like 10 for dinner too. Dinner coffee. No, Godot, you can't go to sleep then. It's bad for your sleep cycle. Obviously, Your Honor. Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck to the backside of the pine tree. We couldn't see it from our POV. The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between two women. as the little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood in this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Heh. Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. So minimum 13 now. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Blood is being analyzed right now.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Phoenix finally falls victim to his habit of walking up to the crime scene, standing in one static place and sweeping his gaze upon the far side of the space.
Can you get Godot blood tests? I need that caffeine blood level. He needs it to power his visor. He can't see otherwise. That's another cup of coffee. Anyone keeping track? Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify this again to court.
About that, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah, his 70th cup of coffee. Wow.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged. Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one in the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly upon after being hit in the head.
Why is this testimony so hard for me to read? Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one in the defenses with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. The stone... Do we have a picture of it? No, but we have... Because I remember what it looks like. But we have the autopsy report, which says that Elistunim died from blood loss. That's a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood in the human body. You know? Like, a whole person's worth of blood. Something about what you just said isn't right today, Iris. Oh, something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Until now, I didn't think you were such the type to make such a I had to slow down. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Oh, that's right. It was also stabbed from the back. That's another one. That's not what I was thinking would be the case, but I guess we don't have evidence right now of what the stone lantern looks like. Accidentally correct, the best type of correct. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Listen, sometimes I've gotten through these cases by accident, thinking, this is clear what it is, and the game goes, it was this all along, and I go, oh, oops. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. They've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being our mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. I love Godot's useless platitudes. He's got a lot on his mind. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
You ask me? You're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. All of them, Godot? All of them? I think you're missing one. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Azakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased away all the contradictions away. He has so many cups of coffee, and we just started this case. The staff was dropped. It would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No!
It was dark all along.
Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present to you the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with a look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? Oh, I forgot this part. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh, yes. That's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Certainly looks that way. Godot is surprised because he can't see the color red. The visor that's on his face only has, like, red vision. So anything that's the color red just gets filtered out entirely. So he had no idea. Hang on, just a minute. I love that he has that limitation so much. I love him as a character because he's not... Like, he clearly has a grudge against Phoenix, and we don't quite know what that is yet. But, like, he's not, like, an evil character or anything like that. He drinks a lot of coffee. He's got his own mistakes. He falters. You can't see the color red. He's just a fun kind of rival. He's really different than the other ones that we've had so far. Beloved smooth jazz man. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? Talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. We were also hinted at this in another case. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. That's what he meant by that.
He did it the last case with the ketchup.
Yeah. There was a big stain on an apron with ketchup, and he goes, "It's not that dirty." In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. The victim had scrawled this message on the stone lantern. It's hard to write upside down. Backwards and upside down? Jesus. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot. Okay, then. Let's move on. Godot's literally shaking. And somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Junim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge. And then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked.
Ah. I don't remember which case it is. Have we seen Godot in the Dark during court yet? Yes. That has been a previous case. Already passed. So you move the body.
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Junim was actually Misty Fey. I committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. believe you're looking at Twist of Fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Iris's cover-up. For Mystic Eliside, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself and dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge.
All the way? It's pretty amazing you'd make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still catch too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then, I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and...
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yeah. I want to ask about... the tracks in the snow. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. These are the tracks, are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling,
And that's when the murder took place. It had already and then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think it's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris made, added to the testimony. What? Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Have a good look, Astrophel. Thank you so much for coming by.
Alright. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There's a lot of contradiction in your testimony so far this time. Are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid. Revelations, huh? Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. What was that comment? That I don't know if that's an actual movie. I forget like some of the cultural references in here. Or if some are like in world. I don't know. Does someone at the translating team have a grudge against this movie? I want to believe it. I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. It was a Matrix parody? Okay, so it was a reference to the Matrix. The grid revelation. was there like a hole in the plot of the Matrix? I'm actually not sure. Or Phoenix just didn't like the Matrix. Why would she want to do that? Only one reason I could think of. Okay. Dragged it all the way across me behind Dusky Bridge. Alright. Weather data. Matrix Evolution just didn't make it too much sense. I understood the writers were trying to do, but I don't know, man. That was like a very targeted cultural reference right there. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. 10:50. And if it happened at 10:50, there's another issue that we have going on with the timing. We couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What do you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? It can't be.
Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way that you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or doesn't mean whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing is now to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunim was discovered at the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunim's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? I wish that technique worked on when I needed a break on testimony. It's only human to err. You're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found at the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this magic trick.
Ooh, this is my favorite part.
Well, not exactly, no. You know, there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I could somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please, add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony?
Ooh, I love this part. I love this part. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess.
Why did the judge even allow this? I mean, what else can they do, really? we need the witness's confession. She said that she would confess something, and so we're just waiting for the truth.
Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge?
There was a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusty Bridge after it burned down from a lightning blast.
Oh, thank you so much for the yowie.
I've been taken on the morning after the incident. It was certainly burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
At what point of a bridge do you think Phoenix fell?
Because clearly it wasn't halfway, because beyond halfway is land underneath. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Added to the court record.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. Maya will be accused of murder. Try it? I'm only gonna say it one more time.
He fell on the first step?
I think like 3 steps, you know? It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Alright. Alright. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body.
Yes, but the snow had already stopped when the incident took place.
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. Unless I just gotten confused, I guess.
Well, there is another way you could have crossed a burning bridge. We have evidence of that, actually. We have a very important piece of evidence that shows there's a way that you can go over a burning bridge. Dead body flying over a burning bridge? I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. You think Wright is a twink or a buff bean? Oh, he's like in the middle ground. He's not exactly like buff, but he's not a twink either. He's a big man. He bikes to work every day. The only thing that's he and oh, thank you so much for the coffee. He and Miles share the same body type. We don't really see Phoenix from the front view, but they share the same body type. And they're both on the bigger side. I don't know about that. In any case, We have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I gotta keep it on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Dunim. We're just calling him by his nickname. Brilliant. Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night when he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? That's not April Fool. Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Lie down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. I don't know any 6-year-old that can draw like that. No, like listen, the drawing is actually pretty good. It is not bad of a drawing that was done in like just a couple minutes. The flames are rendered so nicely. Alright, Phoenix. Think carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Dunim is... evidence of nothing? A complete contradiction? Exactly what happened. Well, not exactly what happened. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's what I meant, Your Honor. Laurice Dunim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're trying to believe his testimony, I'm trying to say it's good. Why are they shitting on it? I like to see him try. It's not great. It's kind of like scribbles, and he's trying to claim that this is exactly what he saw. The sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? I think they're referring more that... not that it was drawn like a 6-year-old skill-wise, but like it's a person flying over a flaming bridge. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality? Oh, that makes more sense. It would be... this one? It's this wire connected to the bridge. Wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. It shows the reality that it supposedly conflicts with. That was something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, we just got it. Oh, do we have just 2 full pages? Cool. This is what the bridge looks like currently. Back. That's a photo of the Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But the actual Dusky Bridge. A jumping Jehoshaphat. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that our artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then, that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice said when he was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for his for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and waited, and finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I don't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. This case, it's such like a nuance. It's such like a detail that would never... You mean like Phoenix wrong? It's such a minor detail, but it turns everything around so easily. Ah! No way. Larice Dunim witnessed the event while lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually be... I think you get it, I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Dunim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! All the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Yeah, Phoenix Wrong is like... That was like the, like YouTube poop abridged series title equivalent. The lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. I prefer the sketch how the sketch looks like the first time we saw it. I definitely considered I wanted like some kind of like sticker or poster, or even like a tattoo of the bridge drawing. Like I know it's like, now that we know it's the dead body swinging underneath it. I don't like the word YouTube poop. That was like a whole era of like shitpost videos before they were called shitpost. You know, why do you think it's called a shitpost? But yeah, like, I really like how the sketch looks. Like, stylistically, the colors, I just really like a lot about it. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? right? It should just be this. And the meaning of this is... You want to know where the rope came from? It's happening, it's hanging right in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunim's body. Because there's simply no other way to move the body. Glug, 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 glug. Mr. Godot! I'm glad they stopped using the term YouTube poop in favor of shitposting and memes. Well, that's what it used to be called. I would still say, like, that's what that era of videos is called. You know, like, crack videos and YouTube poops. I think that just kind of dates it at a certain time, you know? You see that Mr. Godot was more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. If you can prove what happened to us. It just feels like it's taken out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. The re-render seems a bit odd, the way they decided to draw it out. How does he still have coffee? It's a new cup. Yeah. So how do we prove that the body swung? Well, after death, we know that the autopsy report says body fell 10 feet. She has bruises all over her body, but we couldn't explain why. And I can hydrate myself. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one in the front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. And the body was pushed from this point here. It would drop to the opposite bank at approximately this point. Do I like coffee? I do like coffee a lot. I like the taste of it. But I have like decaf coffee usually. Didn't he have like 17 cups in the previous trial? He has 17 cups max per trial. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body at the bank.
What? What makes you think that something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. Body overswung due to the forward momentum, became loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, a bloodstained amethyst crystal. The one that came off of Miss Elise Dunim's staff. Even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In this very spot, where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Yeah, like 750. Well, we know 13 cups at minimum. We know he had 13 cups in the morning, but he has 17 cups during the trial. Not including during the trial alone. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! Thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? What would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the course doesn't speak coffee-nese. Could you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had set the body to the other side, like you say. Then, naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Wright's defenses are very much like, but it would be possible if Aurora Borealis could be localized entirely within a kitchen, this part of the country, at this time of day. It would mean that my client couldn't be the killer. Honestly, that's sort of the point, isn't it? It's that he's bringing up the hypothetical in a bluff that this did happen. And so we're taking it at face value as if it were fact. And because of that, we're uncovering what actually happened. You know, if there are further contradictions in that, or if it actually did happen that way, the people kind of call themselves out for it. Mr. Godot is correct. Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person.
Have fun with your art.
Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. But he couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at the Hazakura Temple side? Sorry, Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Uh-huh. But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Objection. Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty at the inner temple garden after her the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
The body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it's impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Objection! Are you serious, Trite? You mean... this woman is... There's no one besides Iris who could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. That woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... The Twist. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. This case is insane! It is! It really is! Twist after twist, and it all kind of comes together, you know? It's not like suddenly, like, oh, like, they just threw that in. They've been hinting at this, like, way, way back. They've been sprinkling it throughout all the other cases. That this is something that would be happening. Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. It's Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells? Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. This case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. They did set it up like even earlier, in fact. You're right. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It's just her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order!
Oh, wait a moment. How can you... My sister... She's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. Korean channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where his twin sister, Iris, was. Well, if you put it that way, if you put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened? My brain? It's all coming together. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Well, what's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. It's been so nice re-experiencing these stories after enough time to forget all the minute details. Same. This is like... It's been years since I played these games, but the details of them stick out to me so much that, like, rediscovering the bits of them are so exciting. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris is seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood at the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that Iris had received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified about what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in a room and arrested her. Then ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is still the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? Perhaps there was an opportunity. To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Almost right. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, has there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one opportunity. One time. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Oh, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I mean, sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. We have to do it. We have to say. Miles Edgeworth was the one supervising Iris during that time, but he passed out because of an earthquake. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake? Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... Edgy poo.
How could I have? She fled. She escaped. Earthquakes are quite common, and especially the mountains of Los Angeles, you know, the snow-topped mountains. They're not uncommon. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time.
The Angelician Mountains.
When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Ooh, I want to say bad words. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
You're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you do to punish me.
What is going on here? I mean, I guess that's true. What can they do to Dahlia that isn't worse than already being dead? I never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. Make her watch Morbius? She can leave if she wants. This time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. We gotta cross-examine Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Continue. February 10th? 1:06 p.m. It's already been like 3 hours. I sentence you to Larry Butts! Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problems with that. But when you see what I've done, but when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Put a room with, nothing but a couch and a TV, but no remote. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Let yourself trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. Kill Maya? Could it be true?
For the whole plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was in death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the Master of Kurain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took the place of Master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, but at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life, was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Faye. She was born with abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Faye heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Work for it to work, Maya Faye would have to die first.
I would have to die. But why?
For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Faye as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris.
You were gonna kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in her letter and channel me. Then I would simply have used her body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was for you to blame the crime on your younger twin, and Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed that she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, I went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Faye is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Faye.
That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Hi, Bard. Handsome fox time. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Ooh, using the old ex-girlfriend nickname. Ooh.
You want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety.
Is that how I read that?
Naivety? Your pathetic faith in other people.
Yeah? Okay. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Faye's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why did you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to understand, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Do we know? I think we know. And it's not something that's evidence in this case, but it's the culmination of all the previous flashback cases we've seen so far. What happened... In fact, in the very first case of the entire game, if you recall, which was Mia Fey, her first case, or second case rather, it was her second case ever, and who she got arrested for figuring out the crimes of. You're not distracting me. You're just here chilling out, keeping me company. Maya's older sister, my eternal mentor in life and law, passed away 2 years ago. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead.
Well, I had the same problem, you see.
You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman.
Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take revenge against my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for what? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Personal satisfaction. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you could do to me.
Phoenix calling for getting Dolly is the most despicable human. Well, Phoenix believes in the best in people, you know? He really has his doubts that people are capable of being so cruel and evil. That's why he's a defense attorney. His job is to trust in people. Ugh.
That night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warning hood. Then, I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least Dunim who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
Well, what did you do then?
That kid was eager to handle all that I had hoped. Was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern.
Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Maya, no.
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya... Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed by one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
Or a ghost, or one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? That terrified Maya sprite we see for a split second was legit horrifying. It's an expression we don't really see on her.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Would it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. We know that Pearl was stuck on that side of the mountain after the bridge had burned down. Pearl went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. That's us.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lockpack on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After the big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out for the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. I locked her away in my place. No. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I'd misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Oh, that's really only a possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human could commit.
And that is...
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! And at this point, Maya doesn't even know that that was her mother.
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Maya never catches a break in any of these games. Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
The idea that she's still in the secret cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? At the bottom of Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Oops. Sorry, that was my phone. Oh, Feline, thank you so much for coming out to chill. That's my phone. I need this as a ringtone. I'm surprised this wasn't my ringtone at some point. I probably wanted it, though. What kind of ringtone is that? That's the person who has this Steel Samurai theme as their ringtone. Kiddo here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Uh-huh.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? No one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! Maya! No! Seems this case has come to an end. Tragic end.
Can't believe Maya's totally 100% dead. Oh, it's so sad.
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Matricide. Overcome with the guilt of what she had for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. Honestly, though, Phoenix survived that jump. Are we totally gonna dismiss the fact that Phoenix did fall from that height, which we have previously known in other cases that people, their bodies will never be recovered, and he caught a cold? Well, we do. We kind of discussed that briefly, that he's the stupidest lucky person. It can't be. Huh. He's a trained lawyer. That's totally different. More coffee. Right? Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? This is something that I have brought up before too. Don't get your panties all don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. He knows. He's very aware of how the other cases went. So, it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
We do. Little Green Fox, hi! Hello there! Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Sun, your local variety streamer, Gumio Foxboy, and lawyer today. Welcome in, welcome in. How was your art? What were you arting? We are in the finale of Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, the end of the trilogy. So if you're not keen on spoilers, you're absolutely free to lurk. Go ahead, take care of yourselves, have a snack, have a nap. We're having a long stream today. Hello. We need to present evidence as to why it was impossible for Maya Fey to have jumped into the river from the temple side cliff. This is also, as a heads up, I am very familiar with this series. Well, somewhat familiar, but I am replaying it for the sake of my community to watch and witness. Slams in here. Also, Anax, thank you so much for coming by to chill. Thank you for the updated autopsy report. Yay moment. Ooh. Giving quick hi. I want to avoid spoilers. Absolutely fine. Absolutely understandable. I totally think that's fine. Today will be the last day for the trilogy. Oh, thank you for showing me your Magatama. I can see you're telling the truth. And Little Green Fox, thank you so much for coming by to chill. Alright. Magatama, yeah. Alright. For those who haven't played the series, yeah, this is the end of the game. Now you know. Now you know I'm telling the truth. That I'm a handsome boy. Why, thank you, Zuchi. You're also a handsome boy. Free XP. Yeah. So, before I present this evidence, before I go on and explaining my logic, turn away if you must. I'm gonna learn because I wanna go rest, but I'll be here. Enjoy
Very good at game, folks. Yeah. You take care of yourself. Get all cozy. Get a snack. Alright? Have a pee. Oh, oops. I was just trying to scroll the chat. I scared myself with that. Alright. We have to present evidence why it was impossible for Maya to jump on that side. I've joked about this earlier today, even. Not that one. What's the right picture? And thank you for showing me your badge. Okay, temple map. Definitely the temple map. We're saying it's impossible for her to have jumped on the inner temple side. That is roughly like maybe 10, 20 feet of land underneath. She ain't jumping that far. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Oh yeah, this is 5 yards, so 15 feet. Below the cliff of the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. It's a busy river. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would have been able to see her body in this photo. She would have been right there. So you finally figured it out.
No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body's the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Maya sending the Snapchat of her in the bed, bitch. I live, bitch. Yeah. That would be Maya. Correct. Godot's helping us out. My favorite part of any case is when the prosecutor is like, I'm really not in it for the win. I'm here to find out what the truth is, and they help us. That's my favorite part of any case. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to... I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is... in the inner temple, in Hazakara Temple, in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here, in this very courtroom. Oh my gosh, she's disguised as the judge! How did he know, Zuchi? Maya Faye is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? The audience is like looking at each other. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Oh, why that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, a pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened.
Isn't there any explanation as to why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone was already channeling the same spirit. If someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearls even tried again on the same day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person who's channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? Oh, she's gonna be so mad. But how could that be? Remember that this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about this goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... That's why she locked herself in the chamber. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Oh, well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on is about the reason Maya channeled you. And that's there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Husserker Temple was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would the safest place be to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been possible for her to jump into Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape. There was only one avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could have disappeared from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world.
Update that autopsy report.
She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
me, of course.
Mia
Faye. Been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
The girls are fighting! So, right now, Dahlia Hawthorne is in the body of her cousin, Maya Faye, and Mia Faye is in the body of her cousin, Pearl Faye. So, and Pearl and Dahlia are sisters. Half sisters or whole sisters? I don't actually know. They don't specify that. Godot has lost complete track of what's going on. No, Godot knows exactly what's going on. He's actually the one who was sort of breadcrumbing us to the answer. Because he already had a hunch of what was going on. He has a big investment in this scenario. You'll see. Oh, it's true. Was you?
Yes.
Something else.
But what?
Godot's going through so many emotions right now. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. I was stabbed by Maya Faye.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. She channeled me. She explained in a memo what situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have be channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have been turned out very badly, to put it mildly. That's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that's what the intent was all along. The judge is the one who's completely lost. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Oh, what do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in a failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. Fake kidnapping? Your very first crime. Isn't this shenanigan I expect out of the Wizard Lawyer game I sent you? You got your hands on a $2 billion diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. That's some plot armor. As a result, you were sentenced to death. One stupid move after another for you. It's no longer funny. You... wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that, and if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You never will defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego lives on, forever.
That's very true, Dahlia.
And that's exactly the punishment that you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, that narrow bridge you once stretched out in front of you has been burnt to a crisp.
Oh... You're... wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing that I want is for you to come out of Maya's body. Right now. Ah! I'm not gonna scream that. The
spirit, the ghost. Oh. I'm not ready. Not ready to go.
The Magatama shape.
Maya. Nick. Sis.
She collapsed. It's the sprite. Oh! Help her! That scene is so chilling. It's so chilling that, like, to see the ghost, the spirit leave her body like that, and the flashbacks. Ooh. Now then, assume you are the real Iris?
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Oh, thank you for the alley. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? You ask me, Your Honor? It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Ooh, ooh, and I'll hydrate. Thank you. We'll probably be taking a break in a little bit, actually, so we can then power through the rest of it. It seems that Misty Faye was the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yeah! Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has finally come to the end, it seems. It would be best for everyone. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt be made to channel that spirit again. Don't do it. No, no, no. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About the whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Aw, the judge! He's studying up. He's doing his best. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. That's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection.
Hello? Godot? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
What? I'm taking to the end of final case of the whole trilogy, but the judge has finally become confident.
Yeah, that's character development right there. I'm so upset.
What's wrong, Meta?
And the coffee. This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Spook, thank you for the 3-stream streak.
Trey? Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I was driving, I could hear the spirit! Concentrate on driving! Be safe! This is that old dogs can't learn basic tricks, yeah! I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Meta, thank you for the 40-stream streak, let's go!
I'm home now. Then I took out the dagger, and I got from the storeroom, and
Must have been like 2 minutes. You did.
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. 40's a lot of streams, considering that I mostly stream twice a week. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over! That's 20 weeks of streams, easily, yeah. That's like a third of the year. Or half the year? A third of the year. There's like 52 weeks in a year. Unless the guilty is found, unless someone else is found guilty. The accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. It's a statue! It was Ami Faye! No way. What? This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call her final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. So wait, that's no, that's Iris on the stand right now. Who's Mia? Pearl. Very well then. Who's this final witness? I'm so lost. So, it turns out that during the entire trial today, Maya Faye was on the stand channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia thought that Pearl was channeling her. So it was Maya who channeled Dahlia in self-defense so that, you know, Dahlia couldn't hurt her. Pearl Faye is channeling Mia Faye. And now, Dahlia's spirit has been sort of vanished from Maya's body, and Maya's like passed out right now. How's the Pearl's fully grown? Because she's channeling Mia right now. When you channel someone as a spirit medium, your body transforms to match that of the spirit. Like things like your hair color and everything will stay the same, but your body shape will and voice will change. There's one person who saw the whole event. We'll put a final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. Thank you for clearing that up. Of course. Yeah, that's something they was important in a previous case where the face and body will change which is why in one of the previous cases of the last game, there was someone who dressed up pretending that Maya had channeled their spirit, but it was actually just the sister of someone else. It's all very confusing, but it makes sense in retrospect. Need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. Somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to become dashing at you at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. The court is now in recess. I was about to say that in the previous case, Maya didn't transform. In the previous case to this one was a flashback, no? Maybe getting an Ethernet cable or a Wi-Fi link. Ooh, let's go.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me.
The one where she got accused of murder. Oh, in the previous game. Yeah.
You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
He's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the secret cavern. I feel like Phoenix would have noticed if he didn't have his fever. He was sick with a 102-degree fever, and he was out running around.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Uh-huh.
If you tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Adalia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Adalia was so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
You're talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly, and at the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. The very first case that Mia Fey took as a lawyer, her client died on the stand. And then she never took another case for a whole year.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes. 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris? There's one more thing that have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got out the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. If only Iris had switched phone carriers in all that time. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
It was me. I was the one who received the body. The murder weapon had been left in the body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple in the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was a murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I just turned a robe and stabbed her with a Shishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
Sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
See.
Victim staff updated in the court record.
Defendant!
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me.
I'll have to find out later.
Well, it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely.
But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunim really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I'm curious if there's an Ace Attorney reference in 14. I think there is. I believe there is. I want you to figure out that answer by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who killed her, who called her, but still. I think just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much as help I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia.
Who could it have been?
Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Be continued. And while Maya recovers, we are going to be taking a little break. I'm going to have a very brief... Oh no, not this one. A very brief food break. So it's only going to be short. I'd say 15-minute break, right? If anyone needs to get food, water, pee, stretch, absolutely do so. I will put up some mini games for you guys to play while I'm on BRB. But I want you guys to take care of yourselves first and foremost, okay? Hi, Alucard. Alright. Yeah, go pee, go pee. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. Let me go. Break time. Break time. Food. Stretch. Have a pee. We'll be back. Like 15. Yeah. Set that for about 15 minutes. And we'll be back. Okay. You guys have fun while you're on Be Right Back. I do like pike. Big toothy fish. I'm glad to see that you guys are enjoying the fishing game. Let me close that for now. That last one was tough. That last word on stream was pretty tough. I thought of one word that I knew existed and it worked. Upon thy teat. But you know, when we're on the BRB screen, I'd forgotten about it when I came in. Yeah. There is a leaderboard. You know, the more you fish, the more gold you get and the more you unlock. There is a dex of fish. There are over 90 fish by default in the game, and I added some too, and I'll add more in the future. If you get on the leaderboard by the end of the month, you have the ability to add your own custom request a custom fish be added to the pool. And hold me to that. But I'll be checking at the end of the month to see how you guys do. But we're back. I hope everyone got their snacks, went peed, got a stretch, did everything they need to do, because we're in it for the long run. US safe, of course. Of course. You know, the strange vase is absolutely not you know, an implication of anything else. As long as it's TOS safe, it could be a silly, non-copyrighted creature, toy, it could be food, whatever you want. I literally woke up before I came in. Well, I hope you had a good sleep. Are y'all sleepy and tired? That's how I started the stream today. I was on such like a high point at the beginning of the week. And then I pushed myself and now I'm sore. I thought like, yeah, I can work out. I got up at like 10 a.m. this morning, and I got at 10 a.m. the next day. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll take this opportunity to work out a bit in the morning, get my body used to it. I've slept until like 1 the past 2 days because my body is so sore from running. But that's okay. Here now, back to the case. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. So it was like another 3 hours before Maya got back up. Woke up at 10, 8, feeling the bitch tired, lay down, womp womp, 4 p.m. I feel that so hard, honestly. I've totally had days like that where, you know, I get up at a fairly early-ish time, did something, went, I'll just take a nap till I had to do something later, just slept in the middle of the day. Yeah, we had days like that sometimes, and I encourage resting when you feel like your body needs rest. You know, as long as there's no prior obligations like I have to go out and do something or I have some deadlines to hit, you know? You're free to take a nap. Now then, before we proceed any further, I want to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I'd totally forgotten about it. So did I. I slept for 6 hours prior. That's like a good brisk sleep, but I think that 7 hours is still the ideal. 7 to 8, honestly. 6 hours is definitely in the shorter end of like a good night's rest. How did you sleep the previous day? 11 to 12. Because it's usually the previous day's sleep that carries over. 11 to 12, like today. No shame. No shame in a good sleep. As long as you're taking care of yourself otherwise. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. I went 12, yesterday was 10. That's fine. Like I said, I take naps myself. I have a terrible sleep schedule, so I'm not gonna shame anyone for sleeping. As long as, now that you're awake, you have things to take care of them. Take care of yourself. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...? Due to time constraints, full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. That wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then, whose was it? I'm sure the defense and prosecution, both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial's rapidly coming to a close. Gotta finish it today. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. Watch it red tree sap? Oh, that's scary. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. I like Godot because he does care about people quite a bit. Did Godot see the blood? He knows that there's blood because we told him there's blood on it. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya? According to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of Korean channeling the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the fake bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were remaining the guard of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick up your head and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. There's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come and go. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
At the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
You were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened.
Has she been treated for her injury? I don't think she's injured per se, but she is not physically well. So it's been about like 3 hours, so we've tried to give her time to recover just enough to give a testimony. But everyone in the room is in agreement that like We gotta wrap this up quickly and not push Maya.
Someone struck me overhead. I stumbled and I ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have been soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
That sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? What does she mean by that? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's not what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you're facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? Maya's so confused right now. Maya's in stress, but she also has something neurospicy going up on there. I'm sure of it. You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you call it when it happens.
What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there.
I met her. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
Oh. What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming at for help.
Ah! Oh, what is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? My keyboard's acting funk. Mine does that too sometimes. Witness, are you actually sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of a stone lantern.
Where's that? We have... Here it is. The light of the inner temple garden. The lantern for the inner temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime. There was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer...
Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Uh-huh. What do you mean? What problem?
Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Uh-huh. What?
It's true. There's no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Could it be? Order. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm actually curious. Well, we're gonna find out. That's the whole part of the mystery murder. The murder mystery. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. And that's why it's taken over 8 hours. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. Did you say? There truly was no light in the garden. And there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or woman, adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite being it so dark that she couldn't make the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order. Order! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Objection! Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen him in the dark? There was no other source of light at the scene. Objection! There are things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man who killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
This reveal is so good. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It's pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But, can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was the person that who was the person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Now, who's the one person that we currently have in our roster who, even in pitch black darkness, you would be able to see in the dark? Go ahead. Say it was Larry. It's time for the truth to come out. And that smile could light up a theater.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye could was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. It can't be. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right? Let's go. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Or aren't you denying it?
Yeah, another coffee.
I actually had this reveal spoiled to me by a Phoenix Wrong vid where the visor was rainbow and pulsing to Darude's sandstorm. Honestly, the game series is quite old, so you know what really constitutes as spoilers unless you're the one actively playing the game. But Godot's visor lighting up is a meme, and it did show up before, kind of, in a previous case. So we already had that idea implanted in our heads for playing this entire game through. But still. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Oh, what do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person who stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What?
At my coffee husband Godot.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until I woke up, but
I can hydrate, thank you.
They smell like Irish Spring and ramen. I'm pretty sure it was gumshoe.
You think like gumshoe smells like Irish Spring? I can imagine that.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
It was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot said, you are utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Ah yes, the act of lighting torches, something only a strong, manly man could do. I think it's the idea of, like, shoveling all the snow out from around the lantern and also moving an entire body in, like, the span of maybe a couple minutes. Because, Dahlia is only about Maya's size, I think. If not more delicate, you know? So, she probably wouldn't have been able to carry the body that easily. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Killer. I came to, I was just laying on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Was it Sister Bikini? It couldn't have been Sister Bikini. She has a bad back. She can't shovel or lift a body for nothing.
The torches were lit, and the body was gone.
The torches were lit?
Yes. That's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go through the effort of moving the body? It's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be... the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let's hear some more of the condition... about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. You're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Someone trying to protect Maya. Or someone trying to incriminate her. Since Maya... hypothetically, since the beginning, Maya would have been the only one on that side of the mountain. So it's possible that it's someone who wanted to make it look like Maya cleaned up the crime scene, you know? The snow was removed in an unusual-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? There's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. Were they trying to mimic if the statue was lit? I don't think the whole statue would generate heat like that. They were trying to get rid of the snow that spilled on the ground. Or the blood. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. It's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Would it looked weird? I guess so. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Yeah, easily could have just cleaned up the spot with just the blood on it, right? No other reason. See. For what purpose? Why do all that? I need to look back around. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Painstakingly replacing the snow with fresh snow and accidentally moving all the snow on that side of the bridge one night. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one in the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden. They may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Oh, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Unfortunately, there was a very important piece of evidence left at the crime scene that the killer just somehow missed. Pretty odd, isn't it? That the killer missed a very glaring piece of evidence when he went through all that trouble of cleaning up the snow, cleaning up the body from the crime scene when Maya's name was written in blood on the stone lantern. The body of Elise Dunim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, The snow we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this done was an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? Must have figured out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe away the writing off the lantern? Oh, you're right. That's pretty strange. There's even blood splatters on the lantern, too. Order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe off the most incriminating thing at all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
What?
Why would the killer move the body and remove all that snow, and leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written on the blood and lantern? Written in blood on the lantern. The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya, or the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in the trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred here. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would have missed something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who could that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot? This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I told you that in confidence. I would like the court to think back at the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trevienne. This is the apron the delightful Miss Byrne was wearing at the time. But now spilled coffee on. Kaido! Objection. Call for use of Miss Moaduct. Hi, Kaido. Thank you so much for being a good egg. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The bloodstain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. Black and white photo? Those letters would have appeared black to me. Another coffee. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Godot, baby girl, Soph! Hi, Soph. We just indicated Godot as the murderer. Thank you for being a good egg. Hi.
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? There's the reason I don't drink red tea. This case do make me... It's such a wild case, but I remember it so clearly. All like the details of it. I wasn't sure about it until now, but... I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunim, also known as Miss Misty Fey. Hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. So make sure you don't, make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? If this case would have made me stop playing this game, well, this would have been the last case of the entire trilogy. We're also quite close to the end, too. This is my favoriteest case. Besides, it's not like my name. It's not like it's my name that's written on here. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is Rich. You go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. And this snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all of that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes. Why didn't he just take out... could it be? Objection. You can't read. How do you know it isn't your name? Well, because we've told him from the start that it just says Maya. Yes. The killer couldn't see the red blood that seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. Seems. And once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maya. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I mean, look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
This is not blood. Does this knife have blood on it? Maybe not. Better leave it here. It's just a knife stuck in a tree. There's probably no blood on it.
Are you senile, old man? You established this just a little while ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony.
Not gonna lie, the 60 FPS transitions weird out my eyes after playing the DS version for so long, but I typically watch streams in 30 FPS, so I don't notice. It's nice and high quality. Some things don't quite translate as well, I think, but it still looks pretty nice to play on like a big screen. Dolly's a priestess now, so to catch everyone up who's coming in after our break, where's our... Oh, also thank you so much for starting a hype train. Wow. So right now, we have Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Faye, who was currently the master of the crane channeling technique. She is Maya Faye, our assistant, and Mia Faye, our former mentor's mother, as we have just found out recently. Iris and her twin sister, Dahlia, were actually children of Morgan Faye, who is Misty's sister. Morgan was supposed to be head of the clan, but Misty took over instead because her spiritual power was stronger. And so Morgan, bent on revenge, basically, her hair is huge. Oh, this is like a third of it. You can't even tell how big her hair is. Morgan basically spent the rest of her life holding a grudge out for the main family because her younger sister took over the family. Morgan's family became the branch family instead of the main family line. And so she had two daughters, Dahlia and Iris. Dahlia passed away. She was accused of murder 5 years ago. She tried to kill Phoenix by poisoning. She killed a couple of people, to be honest. Lost couldn't come up with a plot just this big. This was like kind of slowly being hinted at throughout the game, and it's all coming into fruition here. But basically, Morgan had this huge plan to basically just kill off the main family once and for all. And so her daughters, including her youngest daughter, Pearl Faye, were basically incited to this whole plan just to kill Maya. Pearl had no idea that this is what she was assisting in. Dahlia thought she was being channeled, her ghost. She was killed on death row. Dahlia's ghost, after being on death row, like last month she was killed. She thought that she was being channeled by Pearl and then committing like the murder and all the other plans. But it turns out, in order to save herself, Maya was channeling Dahlia instead. So the whole case previously, the last trial session we just had, Dahlia was pretending to be Iris because, you know, they looked very similar with black hair. Dahlia thought that she was being channeled by Pearl, but she was actually being channeled by Maya so that she couldn't hurt Maya. And then we just, like, exiled her ghost away. Explain to the normal viewers their expense. Oh, okay. Me freaking what? It is a lot. It's a lot to kind of explain in like a short amount of time when this is the culmination of yesterday's like 8-9 hour stream and today's currently 4-hour stream. In other words, it's the coolest thing that's ever happened to anyone ever. It's a lot. It's a lot. So now we're currently caught up in Maya, who has just woken up after being channeling for like 2 days now. As to who the murderer was. Because it wasn't Iris, it wasn't Maya, so who could it be? And we're currently indicating that it was Godot. We still don't quite know why, though. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. You could say Maya's all channeled up. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling. My spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too.
I thought it said twink.
Pearly was also stuck in the Inner Temple that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first, and chewed her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, while I was in the medical office.
Terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's way more honest a person than I'll ever be.
You're all smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objection. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Of course you do, Godot.
Let's get this cross-examination started.
Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
You searched the entire Inner Temple side?
To what end? Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She said that she even went back and forth several times.
Inner Temple has two structures. The training hall and a spare prep room.
There's also a storage shack, I think. And that's about it.
There's a storage shack, too? Rose was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would have been the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived in the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first, and cheered her right up.
What do you mean by that?
But that wasn't you, Maya. That was a 9-year-old. There's a blind man with PlayStation VR headset for eyes who's addicted to coffee. Lord knows how many weird hairstyles may have come and gone through this courtroom. And you have a screaming man named Wright. That testimony was weird, Your Honor? He's been around the game for quite some time, you know? He's seen some things, and he will see some things in the future.
Cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Let it out. Making me blush.
Aw, he's getting shy.
He has to maintain his tough guy image. You can't call him out like this, Maya. What does that mean?
And coffee addicts can be nice.
He likes spouting metaphors and drinking coffee. We didn't think there was much else to him. The guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more way than one. Coffee addicts can totally be nice. Sip. Truth is, there aren't many places to look in the Inner Side Temple. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with a fine-tooth comb. I decided to carry out an investigation on my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand out verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. I wonder how, if he likes coffee so much he got spray tan himself coffee colored. I don't think we can talk about someone's skin color like that. But yeah, what? I want to ask about this. So you cheered Pearls up? This isn't the right line of question. I just really want to know what this says. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked was about her cousin, Maya Fey. His hair is creamer colored, or milk. Don't you just love your green coffee? Really? Bridget burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have been a truly terrifying night out there. I've had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly?
I noticed that you weren't anywhere in the inner temple side. But I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar. To hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. Don't give her coffee, she's 9. Godot. What a sweet story. Get a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Tunim. Did he use coffee as an analogy? He uses the coffee analogy every case. Go back to that. It cheered her up. And he's gonna get shy. Da-da-da, you're making me blush. That's really in the beginning of my nerves, more than one. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. I decided to carry out my investigation my own way, Godot style. Alright, let's ask our questions Phoenix style. What was your investigation about? You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Oh, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Did he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Let's play the game, Sun style. So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Yeah. Pearly also stuck to the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around. So, Godot said something interesting just there, where he described the wall scroll that was in the training room, which had a picture of Misty Fey, but Pearl splashed gravy on it. And unrecognizably, we can't see anything of the image anymore. So how did he know who the picture was? Even Maya didn't recognize the picture if it wasn't for, you know, the sacred symbol on the top of it. Gravy. It was pot roast gravy. Or curry, whichever one you'd prefer to stick to. I actually got food. And maybe coffee. Sometimes I get in the mood to drink black coffee with sugar. So I like the, I'm not a fan of like sour things, but sometimes the acidity of coffee is nice. Especially when it's cut by sugar. But yeah, get your food. Tell me what I missed, please. I'll try my best. There's a lot going on. She looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. Yeah? Now, Mr. Misty Faye's image is obscured by the gravy. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot was right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What is that wonderfully delicious smell? That's like 3-day-old gravy now. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest up there. Oh, that's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, and you can guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew that the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. I thought it was a picture. I was about to go, do not tell me the judge looked at the picture of gravy and went, oh, I can smell it, like, come on in. Like, come on. No, we have it as evidence. I'm gonna ask you just one little thing, Trey. What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. Thank you for the coffee. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak out in the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Uh-huh. What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? That was so perfectly timed. I thought the coffee in game me. Burnt letter. Orders from Morgan Fay to her daughter, Pearl. Opened once before. The fact that they could smell it still means they kept the scroll warm to keep the gravy fresh. In reality, it shouldn't have been gravy, but if it was curry, the smell would never go away. I absolutely know with certainty that was curry in like the original. Gravy? No, you could probably smell gravy. You wouldn't describe it as gravy though. Curry clings to shit, yeah. You'll be smelling that for weeks on end. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored a plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearl has found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read the instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was about to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. He just said the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Come on, shut up. She's just trying to help Godot. We don't know why. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit from a detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Got him. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. I mean, Edgeworth is also a prosecutor, but last year he wasn't in the States. Actually, in the past year, the only prosecutors that we know of would be... Francisco was out of the country, Edgeworth was out of the country, Godot was here, and then, Winston. Right? Is that his first name? Winston Payne? French whip lady? German. Francisca von Karma, she was in Germany. She flew back for a day, for the first part of this case. Yes. I will keep an eye out. Sorry for asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped at a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect his witness? This witness? That's right. You're accusing me of this crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? The girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through this kind of trouble to protect her. I'm what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. The same reason, huh? Okay, Tripe. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Oh, what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Godot and Maya are married? No, Godot is like 30. And Maya's 19. Phoenix Wright. That would be Mia. Beanie Trite. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Koju-en, hi. Hi there. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Second Fox has arrived. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Go. Do. Diego Armando. Figured it out. Really want to wait for my midterm to open? Yeah, we're wrapping up this case very soon. You're absolutely free to chill. Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there's one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia. Can't cry yet. It's been a while since I got to chill in my Voxel Base chat. I'll be in the shadows. Yeah, feel free. It's the kitten man. Yeah. It's the one that calls everyone a little meow meow. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put out all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated the fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. I'd been in the courthouse cafeteria. Now, if anyone is familiar with the very first case of this entire game, it was Mia's second case in court, where Phoenix and his girlfriend Dahlia, well, they introduced that Phoenix and Dahlia had first met in the courthouse. And they had been, like, dating for 8 months since then. But 6 months since the previous trial, almost half a year after, a certain person wasn't supposed to have lived a certain event. Yeah, we knew that Dahlia was in the courthouse to meet with a certain attorney, but she'd poisoned him. Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. The newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. It was just in a... I was just in a deep, deep coma. See, the body shut down. My life became nothing more than a long, deep sleep. Witch cup? I'm sure they got rid of it. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. Lost my sight. All of my hair turned white to the damage it caused. All of it? I don't know, I'm looking at your beard right there. All of it?
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. Yeah, his beard! Yeah, do the curtains match the drapes, you know? 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open, and the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. So this would have been just after he woke up. Mia had died. In the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. That's why bro drinks so much coffee. He slept long enough and is catching up. Yeah. It's also sort of what's keeping him motivated to keep living, I think. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The one who spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, someone who slept away their best days, there's only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? This guy woke up, decided I'm gonna switch careers and became a prosecutor within a year. I don't know how easy it is to be like, I have the formal education of a defense attorney, but I like to switch jobs. The opposite side. Dude woke up and chose violence? Kind of. The first was you, Troy. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. I wasn't like that. I wanted to see for yourself what kind of man you really were. But that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living? He goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Uh-huh? You mean me?
You're the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. So that's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. Even now her hair goes off screen. We'll never see the full thing in its glory. Mr. Armando, I'm pretty sure the fault of the other dying is, of her dying is the guy we found guilty of killing her. But go off, I guess. But he thinks that we could have been there to save her because we were the first to find her body. So he's sort of like lamenting, if we were there like a minute sooner, we probably could have saved her. No, it's those sort of like irrational, like what ifs. My goal was to outwit the plan. Thought if I could do that, I could keep the girl from being caught up in it. Makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would never have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple, and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Kitty did say something like to that effect. Ooh, another coffee. She said the Master of Korean had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her, all her movements, all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Who's giving this man coffee? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out, the day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She's ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
It's so sad. The night of the crime. There was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well,
I would love to just show up and watch these in the audience. Right, just like be like part of the audience that watches. They're not even a jury. They don't have like a say in the verdict. They're just watching.
If you'd like, you can go up to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
She really should try to lure Pearl into forgetting about the plan.
Front row seats.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. What? She never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she had channeled the spirit first, the pearls couldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Korean, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so the Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was gonna hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you need to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Kiddo. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to. Right? Uh-huh. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye? Sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Mr. Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't! Neither. They're both innocent.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. Can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
The rogue begging the paladin to take the chaotic good route for once in his life. Yeah. She's doing her best. She's usually not the endgame witness, you know? She's usually the defendant. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. After that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
Red lights? I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break trite. Even the best of theories. What was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. I'm telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Have fun, Kaido.
Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them.
Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but can't say for certain. Can't tell you for sure if they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling that she's covering for him anymore, but... His life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck at the enemy behind her.
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? What do you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged?
Maybe it was knocked off. Maybe. the batteries ran out. Right? Maybe those little pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? I like the idea that Godot's visor, it's not just like a red laser filter or something like that. It is just like little LED lights behind them. Like little LED pin lights. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? A little fashion statement. Do you think someone's made a light-up Godot mask? They had to have at this point, right? There has to be a light-up Godot mask cosplay. Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The moment you hear the scream, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Just think, Godot could have text on those visors, but no, they had to be solid red. They would just say coffee. They would just be looping. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, the scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? Scrolling text that goes by your advertisement here. Oh god, I just had an evil thought in my head based on recent trends. Another reason my old roommate would make Godot and have him wield a greatsword for our D&D game. Oh gosh, a ticker. Imagine Godot shows up and his visor in LED lights just says coffee and bio. With like the little like spacer emojis between them. Kind of, yeah. Zuchi's got it. You said it before I could type it. No, continue, please. I want to see it. But I'm glad you picked up exactly what I was thinking of. After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Great minds think alike. Same brain cell. Same coffee mug-shaped brain cell. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. It's hard to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Then where's Godot's injuries? He could be injured. We don't know. The judge is self-aware. He knows he's a dumbass. He doesn't have to be smart. He just has to be partial. He just has to be partial by the end of the ruling of the testimony, whether or not the defendant is guilty or not. Character development. Godot has replaced his blood with coffee. That's why we couldn't find any at the scene. It's in the dirt. The staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? Coffee and bio. Yeah! Yeah! It took up more time than I'd like to admit. That's why they do it once and then they just copy and paste it. That's why he keeps needing refills. It's to replenish his blood supply. She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. That coffee in me. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. You're so sure about that? Don't keep us waiting any longer, Trey. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could have been used to strike back at the killer? Well, that's easy enough. We don't know whose blood this is. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. That's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck to a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood.
It's okay, Judge. I forgot too.
The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. You're saying the blood in this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Troy. Do we get sexy Godot shirt rip? Yeah, we forced Godot to strip in the middle of court so we could prove that he has the injury or not. Yeah, another coffee. Order. Order in the court. This is the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to this courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I were really the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. I'm a prosecutor. I know how this shit goes. It's gonna be so upset after I change the results of the scientific test. Ooh, he's gonna be so mad. How would he know? He's gonna know. How would he know? It can't be. What? Update that autopsy report. It ain't Godot. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. The blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. My blood is made of coffee. That wouldn't have left a stain. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Oh, wait a minute.
No problem.
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya?
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes would be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And the bridge was fixed. And once the bridge was fixed and the police to head for the inner temple, Godot was already there, waiting for them. He never had the chance to change his clothes. Ah! Well, can't discount that. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Never see the back of them. So that's one thing. That's true, like the back of his shirt is black, so who knows? Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Show us his backside. Show us his behind, you know? For scientific purposes. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before the... Maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. You know, as you do. Phoenix, please! You legally can't say anything. Wait, then you're just sitting in the audience looking at Godot's back and the giant gash with a huge bandage, but you legally can't say anything? Oh. Like, you can't commentate on it. You're not a witness. Your statement isn't valid or anything like that. And naked Godot. Hello, prosecutor. That way he wouldn't get blood on him. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, it'd be frozen solid. Is that the issue? Is the issue of not wearing a dress shirt really keeping you from freezing on a mountain? Is Godot caked up? Not as caked up as Edgeworth. So far, no... When we see, like, the full view of the courtroom and they show both of the sides, like, Edgeworth's sprite is the only one where he sees his butt from out behind the table. That's how I'm going based on. I'd say Godot is more like top heavy. He's got a small butt, big chest, you know? The boob to butt ratio is there. The vest is made of bison fur. It could be warm. He could be very warm right now, but I can imagine that'd be so uncomfortable based on how much coffee he drinks. Burrito shaped, like most male VTubers, yeah. Godot is VTuber coded. I'm gonna say that right here. Little legs. I mean, Maya was fine. That's all you've got? I know you weren't tough enough to finish this. I hate how right you are. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, you would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? About it, Mr. Right. And here she is, right now. Why do we not have animated PNG tubers in the Phoenix Wright fashion? I feel like there are some people that have tried it. I'd like to make one. You know, like animated PNGs. I could try that. Well, I can do that for the next games. I feel like right now we don't have the cast that I could do that with easily, but we're getting there. You'll see. You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. Can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. Fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. Fighter to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Why don't we go for a limited penalty? Oh god, look at our lawyer health. Look at our lawyer health. One of the rules of being a lawyer, it's doing your job. Okay, hydrate. Ooh, our lawyer health right now. If we get this wrong, we die. I hate when they pull the shit. They do it because at this point, it should be stupidly obvious. Maybe save? I could. It's nerf for nothing. I trust the Phoenix Sun. No, I'm confident. You're trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Nah. You think you know what you're doing. Prove it, bitch. Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach it from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What do you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Oh, it's so scary seeing the whole thing blink like that. Where's the location you say the killer hid his wound? I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I need to know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Yeah? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! Ooh, that's such a good scene. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah!
He blew up.
Exploded! Just now, saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison.
Hi, Pyro.
And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But she didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself. I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. Hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, That was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, there's one person I shouldn't have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I really wasn't interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into the situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. You mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that I wasn't really Dahlia. The truth is that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It's like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Something else. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it simply have been a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that moment, I understood everything.
It's his final fantasy.
Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
It's all over now.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully.
I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? But you only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria on this very of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
That's why you?
My sister, from the very beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepare for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins for her, on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
That's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about the plans for you that day. It was the first time that ever happened.
It's strange, wasn't it? Until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer it with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I'd find out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her.
This is such a trip, honestly, yeah.
Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
Something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
thank you.
Stinky liar. She was just doing her best to balance out all sides that she loved. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though.
Another cup.
Let him clean the red off his tears. It was his tears. There's no red. No red here. Right now, this is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Tears! My bad! Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? He's also having one! Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule out the murder of the victim, Elise Dunim. At some point, I expect you to be tried for your role as accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. In the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty! Woo! Court is now adjourned. We did it. We got the verdict we wanted. And that is the end of the case for the game. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. So that's another, like, 2 hours passed. Gosh. We started at 10 a.m. today, so this has been like a 7-hour court case. I've been here the whole time. I've just been, playing a game on my other monitor. Hope you're having fun. I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Is justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia.
I'm proud of you, Phoenix.
Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. Wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. How's it going? Hi, Tony. We just finished up the last case of the trilogy, and I got feels right now. Like, there's so many, like, I got goosebumps in some of those scenes. I almost teared up too during Diego's whole spiel too. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more that you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something that I wasn't able to. Hydrate. And this is it. This is the end. I owe a great deal. Thank you. Mia. No tears allowed. Rehydrate. Put those tears back in. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Brave! Guess we passed the 8th trilogy on Steam partially through your influence. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you don't get too... Honestly, even if you know the game, like, I'm replaying this and playing through it myself. It's so fun. I skipped over some dialogues to make it go faster, but seeing every possible dialogue choice and combination is so good. Hey, it acted up, so I took longer. Oh, it's fine. But thank you so much for being a good egg. Thank you, Grave. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote in the back of my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked? You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Francisca! It's okay, Lycan. We just finished up the case. We figured out, you know, all the twists and turns of how it ended. It turns out that, the Dahlia that Phoenix dated for 8 months was actually Iris instead. She really did love us, but she was doing it to lie to us in the end. So she couldn't really follow through with her feelings. A whip hallucination. Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Maya had no idea when Edgeworth got here. Edgeworth and Francisca had actually been helping me. Helping you? These two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. The fence wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, laid in bed shivering with his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. Really need more training. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca? I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug. Is there? The music's so sad. Oh, Larry. Who was it? It turned out to be Godot. Oh yeah, so it ended with Godot. Godot did it all to protect Maya. He would do anything to protect her, but it turns out he was just doing it for his own self-satisfaction of, you know, not being able to protect Mia all those years ago. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if we were God for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Well, yes, indeed. Certainly can't say they lack any they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What of you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Yeah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and it's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna be model, you're gonna model for my, model for my next picture book. Don't get carried away. Oh, how about that? I guess painting portraits is really the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty darn the painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Butts. Hi, Cookie. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hope you're doing well. I'm good. I'm emotionally mush because this is the end of the trilogy. We still have one more chapter to do, but like story-wise, this is the end of the trilogy, and I love this game series so much.
Hey, Pearly!
Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you were wondering how Maya could be so cheerful after all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears. And I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. Can they can they kiss finally? Well, Edgeworth did call us partner. So I'll take that. Now let them kiss! What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Listen, I can't read. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being so strong for? Earl Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard was to follow the instructions. It was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. It's a cruel irony that her exuberance led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she could see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! Well, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me!
Gumshoe's paying.
My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Yeah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. The food ain't so good there. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Earl and I will be the loser shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I bet she went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one's heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya.
Edgeworth knows exactly how that feels. But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot to celebrate to do tonight. I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. Kiss. Kiss right now!
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one person I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Yeah, confetti on the snow top.
Hazakura Temple.
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where the whole incident started. What's this? You're all back so soon? Sister Bikini.
Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here?
She's in the trading hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Oh! Well, it's been cleaned off. Someone cleaned it off.
Got to be Pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly!
Press Bikini. No, I don't have a reason. I feel bad for Bikini because she now lives by herself on the mountaintop to maintain the temple.
Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble you two ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. Why did she just not say on? Pearl has like such a high reverence for like the Maya, for the Fae clan hierarchy. Hi, Jeff. Oh, she's alive. Super. We discovered a lot of twists and turns that you missed out on, and honestly, it probably would have given you a headache to follow along with it. So we're good, probably. But so they are cousins, Pearl and Maya, but she refers to Maya as Mystic Maya because she's like the head of the clan currently. So glad I was late. You missed the ghosts of the cousins and then the twins, and actually like secretly swapping places for 8 months, and then the revenge. There was a lot. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. And the canon reveal of Godot's side? Well, I guess so, yeah. Well, that's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I could really do.
Mystic Maya.
Are his eyes a conduit to a kinetic energy dimension like in a comic book? No, they're kind of like LEDs. But, like, there were stuff in the previous cases that were hinted to that came into play today. He has bad eyesight. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. Alrighty, be right back. Yeah. Come back quickly, because we're wrapping up soon, but the best picture in the game series is about to come up. They turned on the lights at one point, and they glowed, yeah. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Corinne, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Hi, Petra. Hi. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Oh, thank you for the Magatama. Even in the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something that all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off to the day they die.
That's the master's talisman!
This is the thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that wasn't, It wasn't the She radiates smugness and it pays me. Oh, Bikini? She just radiates confidence. She's just very confident. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo?
Ah!
Mother?
This is the photo that Mystic Misty kept with her all her life. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys or warriors, we're constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. If anyone remembers in the second game, that, Pearl broke a certain vase that belonged to Mystic Ami. You're telling me it happened twice? Oh yeah. Pearl breaking it was the second time it happened. And here's a picture of a little baby Maya and a baby Mia gluing it back together. That's why it broke so easily the second time around. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. Technically thrice. Oh, I guess you're right, yeah. And the third. You know, it gets put back together again and again. It got fixed. It's like an art piece, you know? It's who snapped this shot? Probably their mom. I think their mom knew. Maya's mother, too. Because this is the photo that Maya's mother just kept in that talisman for almost 20 years at this point. Hello. How Godot's the trial? Yes, I'm making a pun. We just finished it. Godot's in jail. If you want to watch the VOD to find out what happened. But otherwise, I learned that from all of them. Poor Maya sobbing her eyes out. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that we've overcome what we've overcome today. Is it safe to say what my guess for who Godot was? I mean, yeah, you could say it now, and I'll tell you if you were right or not.
But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
My guess is he was actually Terry Falls. Like, actually, your guess? Because he was in the same room as Terry Falls, in that case. Like, yes, Godot was in fact Winston Payne. No, Godot was Armando Diego Godot. Or Diego Armando, that's his name. And he was Mia's basically senior defense attorney back in the day. Listen, listen. Armando could be a first name too. But if you look at a picture of Armando, or Diego Armando and Godot, they're just inverted colors of each other.
Listening, smile.
Alright. I'm gonna make a brand new start too.
Just a bikini?
I'll be back for more training. I promise. Ooh, yeah, thank you for showing me your badge. I know. And I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. Your penalty for being wrong is doom. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the 3 of you when you come back. Okay, connected dots. Might have I might have not connected right dots. I have no idea who Diego is. The dots were connected. True enough. All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Oh, thank you so much for the 10-stream streak. Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you could train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. Huh?
It's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know? I was wondering if I could say this one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, there goes nothing. Say the line! That's the trilogy! Thank you guys so much for joining with me. We still got some after credits though. Blah. Thank you for your badge. I really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Gumshoe's pissed they never... No, we probably made it to dinner. It's fine. Yippee!
That's true! Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
So Phoenix actually went through the course. This is the epilogue. Oh, he changed jackets. Oh, Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a gift. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Hope you're wearing brown pants there, Gumshoe. I forgot about that line. Francisco's a girl's girl. Desiree and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I wonder if we're the worst criminals. Sorry for using so many caps. I'm being gay. That's perfectly fine, Zuchi.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through compromise.
Oh, we have a nice big loan of $500,000. No problem there. I'm just an old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumbly, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Ah, she murdered him. Nice.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Okay, I'm back. Oh, it's over.
Hi, Jeff. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because it provides such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Please stop being weird, programmer lady. She's in IT. She can't help it.
Oh. You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come by and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that your consultant had your eyes on me, but I felt bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Oh. Oh, voice? Oh, voice credits. Oh, the music. There's something about the music in this game where they use it in such specific ways that when they do come up later on, like, they use the happy theme during, like, you know, silly scenes, but, like, they'll also use it after, like, a sad scene has been relieved, you know, the tension, and so it kind of brings up, like, a different feeling when it comes up later. Oh my god. They don't really have too many voice lines. It is just the, for the shouts. Oh, yeah. What's this? I'm back from a long entire vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought for everyone? And I bring them over to Edgepoo. I know what they say in the instant. I said, I can't accept these, really, I'm afraid. Oh, hard. What kind of, gentleman? She brought all these macadamia nuts from vacation. Oh, I finally found something I'd love to do. Francie's whippity-whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Yeah, our raid message will be coffee and bio. Absolutely. Oh, look at this portrait he drew. Oh, this is so good. This is so cute. He's gotten so good. Actually, the other ones he drew before were also good. Is Godot dead? He's in jail. He did commit murder. It was for the sake of protecting Maya, but that's murder. What was Godot's crime again? Murder. He is in all technicality, the one who killed, Elise Dunim. He did it somewhat for the self-satisfaction of saying that he protected Maya, but in that regard, he did let Maya walk headlong into danger so that he could save her. Murder's murder. That's one punishment for this, for that in this series. Yep. But of course, they work around it some way or another. But thank you guys so much for joining me for the Ace Attorney trilogy. Did they ever establish that? I mean, multiple cases of characters being put on death row. No, coffee in hell. Yay, we did it! Thank you guys so much for joining me. This is like one of my favorite game series, so going through it, it was just really fun. I'm so glad that those of you who did join for me did enjoy it. And anyone who got interested in playing it for themselves, you know, got interested. Thanks for streaming, son. Thank you for listening to me do silly voices. This one went shorter than I thought it would. I thought that the the trial part would go longer based on how yesterday's stream went, but I guess the investigation always does take a bit longer because I get lost navigating the menus. Hope you take a break when you're sore. Yeah. I'll take it easy, don't worry. We still have one more chapter in the trilogy to do before we head right in to the Apollo Justice trilogy. So, if anyone is still playing the Apollo Justice trilogy, if they are still interested in playing it themselves before I get into it, you still have a bit of time. Otherwise, we're gonna head into that. I gotta do like a big stream day where I do... Oh God. It's the extra case that they added to the first game, so chronologically, it'll be right after the first game, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. But it also precedes some of the characters and setup that they have for the Apollo Justice games. Because that's like sort of the re-release for the DS that came out. Some more mechanics that they were playing around with. It says right here, death by thick tea. The fuck is thick tea? I'd imagine it's like regular tea, but you brew it in boiling jello. Oh. Would that work? Could we make... You know they make like tea bombs where they have like sugar casing that you put in tea and it dissolves into like with like the tea leaves inside and the sugar. Can we do that with jello? Like it'll melt in hot water, right? I don't think the particulate would just dissipate anymore. That's not how tea works. Is it? Jello can melt. You can dissolve gelatin in more hot water. That's how gelatin works. Wait, that's how gelatin works. You dissolve gelatin. Maybe we could do it with pre-brewed tea and powdered gelatin? No, I mean like set jello in hot water to make it into tea. Would that work? You can make tea-flavored jello, but what if I want it hot? What if I want like a silly jiggly thing that you drown in hot water and then it turns into tea? I feel like we have a market here. Anyway. There's hot jellos. We'll see. We'll work it out. Son. Still working out if I'm gonna be streaming Friday or Saturday. We'll see how I feel tomorrow after all my reading and also my legs from working out too much. But we'll either do it early Saturday or late Friday. We'll be back with some, you know, Final Fantasy. I swear I do art in this channel. I swear I don't just play Ace Attorney and Final Fantasy. Sometime next week, I might go head into a casual Ace Attorney marathon. Depending on how long the game takes me, the bonus chapter. I will use a guide for that one because it is longer than this case. I don't know. The gameplay would take longer than this case did. I found out my prompt sub wasn't working. Oh, no. It moved to where it wasn't a sub screen. Weird. pretty sure Jello needs to cool down instead to retain its jelliness. We'll find out. Apparently, in Investigations 2, they mentioned Godot being in jail, not executed. Yeah, like, I don't think that murder is, like, an inexcusable sentence. You know, they obviously make their judgment on that. And Godot did do it in defense of Maya. Like, it was murder, but in defense of someone else. Apparently, it's a pretty strong topic of debate in the fandom. I can understand why. You know, there are some characters that were sentenced for more or less. But we'll never know. You know, we're gonna go back in time a little bit, and then we're gonna do a time jump, because the Apollo Justice trilogy takes place in a bit of a time skip. But I have things that I wanna... Oh. There's things I do want to... Okay, I can't skip the ad. Cool. There are things that I want to do for that stream that I need some setup with, so we might skip a week. I'll casually stream the last case we need to get into, and I hope you guys will get ready to go into the Apollo Justice trilogy, because that's my favorite trilogy. It takes place in 2024? No. It takes place in 2026, I believe. Like, actually. We ended this game in 2019. There's a bit of a time jump. They'll talk about it, don't worry. They'll actually go over quite in depth the time jump. It has a title itself. So, man, we're saying that we gotta wait 2 more years, yeah. I had the plan to power through the game and end the last game, Spirit of Justice, on the day that it ends. Kind of like what I did with the DL6 incident, where I had it streamed on December 28th. It does. The entire game series ends in the beginning of May. But I don't think I can make that without pushing myself too much. So we're gonna casually aim for it, you know? But just know that I'm thinking about that kind of stuff. Time jumps, we got post time jump Emma, yeah! Well, we don't know who that is yet. We haven't met Emma yet. I mean, some girl we don't know. We're gonna see that jump. Casually around that general time, yeah. It'll be the season. But yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're doing. Making sure I'm not missing anything, because I do know what I want to go into. Who the hell is Emma? Oh, you'll find out. Emma is the reason I almost went into the professional field that I almost went into. I'm not gonna lie, it was because of her. Oh, son, what's up, Meta? Is it Friday or Saturday? I'll find out. It'll be very casual. There's some things to wait on, but either way, Friday or Saturday, I'm gonna be doing a Final Fantasy XIV casual grind. I feel like at the most part, a lot of people in the community are wrapped up with where they are in terms of the MGP, but there's still things we can grind for. The event is still going on for 1 more week. Or a little less than a week. Only a couple more days. But if we're feeling pretty good about it and a couple people just need to grind some stuff solo, I do want to play Eorzea GeoGuessr. Because I think it's very fun. Casual Ligma grind? Yeah. Alright. Checking. I'm checking. Alright. But, Beret is still on his streamathon. Areas of GeoGuessr sounds fun. I'm a little bit better than I thought. In some areas, I just don't know at all. So, it'll be like 100, 0, 100, 0. Wish I could do that with, like, Souls games. It could be fun. Get your coffee and bio. It's pinned in the top. We're gonna say hi to Beret, who's playing Snufkin. Are you guys familiar with Moomin? They recently came out with a game based on that, and it's very cute. I did want to go say hi to Ray with that. Gonna unpin, just unpin this for now. I have it on my wish list. Yeah, so if you want to take a little peek of how it works, we're gonna say hi to Ray. Be nice to him, but he's very close to the sub goal, which I kind of instigated, of making relish soda. Cute, 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 yeah. So it looks very nice. It looks pleasant. We can wind down there. So thank you guys for chilling with me. Don't worry about it. There's context behind it. But I love you guys very much. Take care of yourselves this evening. And I'll see you guys around, okay? All right. Bye-bye.